just a few reminders for all of us. While we are all familiar with Zoom, please do change your name on the Zoom call, as my colleague suggested, and include your affiliation. So there is a rename button where you can do that on Zoom. And please raise any questions through the chat function, and then the moderator will either raise your questions to the speakers, and some will be answered live, while some are going to be in written responses. We request we stay quiet in the room and to keep your microphone muted during the session. And we'd like to remind everyone that this entire meeting is recorded, and please complete the evaluation form, which we are going to flash. We are actually going to have a pre-event or beginning of the event evaluation, as well as post-evaluation on each day of the 3-day virtual session. So I hope my colleagues have flashed to you the link to the pre-evaluation. And please do take time to fill it out. It's very simple, a simple survey for all of us. And to begin our session today, I'd like to call on Karma Yangzom, our Principal Environment Specialist of the Asian Development Bank, to give her opening remarks. Karma?
Hello, Glinda. Thank you. I was not able to unmute. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very big welcome to everyone to this 3-day exciting Asian Clean Air Exchange. And so to set the scene for this 3-day event, I would just like to provide a bit of information to remind us on the challenge of air pollution globally and particularly in Asia. So as we all know, air pollution is the largest cause of non-communicable diseases in many countries, and especially so in Asia. It is the main environmental contributor to the burden of disease, and approximately 4 billion people, or 92% of people in Asia and the Pacific, are exposed to air pollution levels that are hazardous to our health. So this is a huge number. And it not only affects people, air pollution also harms the environment, ecosystems, biodiversity, agricultural yields, and the economy as a whole. The cost of health costs from pollution created by PM 2.5 alone is equivalent to 9.3% of the GDP in East Asia and the Pacific, and 10.3% in South Asia, as per figures from a World Bank study conducted in 2019. And over and above all of this, air pollution also contributes to climate change, which is another critical challenge which humanity is facing. So now, on the other hand, when we look at the distribution of people globally and in Asia, according to the UN data, currently 55% of the global population live in urban areas, and this proportion is expected to increase to 68% by 2050. And as we all know, in Asia, urbanization is still rapidly taking place. We are still in the process of creating new cities, and the existing cities are still growing. So therefore, most of the population is going to eventually be living in the cities. Hence, we need to pay extra attention to the air quality in our urban areas and the cities. And unfortunately, currently, we are not doing so well. Studies show that 99 of the top 100 most polluted cities of the world are all in Asia, with majority of them being in South Asia. So this is something which shows and tells us that we really have to take urgent actions to improve the situation in Asia. So today's event is one of many ways of meeting this urgent need to improve the air quality in our cities. And the focus of this 3-day Asia Clean Air Exchange is really to bring solutions for addressing air pollution in cities throughout Asia and the Pacific, and in particular, the cities that are participating under the ADB-TA on strengthening knowledge and actions for air quality improvement. And these TAs are Faridpur in Bangladesh, Erdenet in Mongolia, Peshawar and Sialkot in Pakistan, La Trinidad in the Philippines, and Ho Chi Minh and Vinh Nguyen in Vietnam. So a very warm welcome to our stakeholders from these cities. And of course, a very warm welcome to all other participants and stakeholders from other countries and cities. So over the course of the 3 days, and Glenda had already mentioned the objectives of the exchange, but I would like to add a little bit more to that. So we will be offering solutions for addressing air pollution in the form of technological solutions, policy level solutions, knowledge and capacity building based solutions. And this will be done by sharing experiences and success stories from cities in the People's Republic of China. And there will also be focused technical sessions on pollution within different sectors, such as the transport sector, energy sector, agriculture sector, urban and industry sector. In addition, we also have a virtual platform that will show all the sessions live, and we even have a virtual technology fair. And I would like to actually request our colleagues to already post the link to the virtual platform in the chat box. And there you will see you can avail a lot of resources. And you can, of course, watch this session live, but you can also visit the virtual technology fair, where you can review the profile of many, many companies that provide clean technology under the different sectors. So I really encourage all our participants today to go to this virtual platform and take full advantage of all the information and resources that are being provided in this Clean Air Exchange. With this, I would like to wish the 3-day event great success and hope you all enjoy it. And I'm really looking forward to the knowledge that will be generated and the discussions that will take place over the course of the 3 days. Thank you very much. Back to you, Glenda.
Thank you very much, Karma. And in the next few minutes, I'm going to give just a quick overview of the ADB Technical Assistance Project that has made possible our Air Quality Policy Workshop and Technology Fair. So we have received funding for this project from the Asian Development Bank, from the PRC Fund, and the UCCRTF, or the Urban Climate Change Resilience Trust Fund. And the objective of the technical assistance is really to address the capacity gaps in order to deliver air quality improvements. And we do this by enhancing knowledge and capacity to develop policies and also to ensure technological solutions are put in place. We are also, through this TA, building the business case for more investments in cities' air quality management systems. We do this through the preparation of city-level clean air action plans backed with investment plans. And today, our event actually helps in achieving the objective of sharing of air quality management knowledge and experience from the PRC and other countries, and also among and between cities. Other objectives include ensuring that clean air action is mainstreamed across all the different sectors, and that we maximize the co-benefits of clean air actions also in order to address climate change. Okay, I think that's a bit too fast. Thank you. As mentioned by Karma, we have these 7 cities that we are assisting in either the development of clean air action plans or roadmap documents for air quality management. These are Faridpur in Bangladesh, Erdenet, Mongolia, Peshawar and Sialkot in Pakistan, La Trinidad in the Philippines, Ho Chi Minh City and Vientiane in Vietnam. And in most of these cities, we are conducting city-level air quality diagnostic studies, identifying what are the key sources of air pollution, and then assisting them in identifying technological, policy, and other measures to address air pollution. All of these are put into city-level clean air action plans, or in the case of some of the cities, roadmaps towards clean air action. And in my next slide, this is a quick overview of what we can expect in the 3 days. We actually focus on today on air quality management experiences of Chinese cities, but also the national framework of action at the national level in China. And tomorrow, we are going to focus on policy, standards, and good practices in reducing emissions from 6 sectors: transport, power generation, cooking and heating, agricultural waste utilization, urban waste management, and brick kilns. And on the 3rd day, we will have technology experts do a little bit of a deep dive on the mainstream technologies for reducing emissions across these 6 priority sectors. And technology suppliers themselves are going to introduce their products and services. These are technology suppliers recommended by our experts. And in my next slide, this is the platform that Karma spoke about earlier, where you can either view live streaming of our event, and where you can find technology supplier information across the sectors. And in my next slide, I show an example of the 6 sectors that are covered. And then in my next slide, we drill down to the power generation box, where you can find all the information from companies that provide services to reduce emissions from power generating plants. In order to access the information and to be able to download the information from this web platform, please register on the web platform itself, and you will then be able to access all of its functions. Now, on the next slide, we actually show here that every plenary session has a unique link to the Zoom. So we will remind you of these. Do not worry. And this has also been emailed to those who registered via the Zoom registration. So I would like to also point to our participants. We have interpretation available for Chinese to English, Mongolian, and Vietnamese. So to find this, at the bottom of your screen, you will find a globe where you can choose the language by which you would like to, to access the interpretation functions. There might be a little bit of a lag because first we will translate from Chinese to English, and then afterwards from English to the different languages. Okay. So I think this is my last slide. And so I would like now to hand over the virtual podium to my colleague from China, our Clean Air Asia China Office Director, Dr. Fu Lu, to moderate the next session. Over to you, Fu Lu.
Thank you, Glinda. Can you hear me? Hi.
Yes.
Hi. Thank you, Glinda. 大家好，中国的朋友好，亚洲的朋友。
Hello, everyone, friends in China and friends from Asia and Europe. It's my great honor to join you in this event, and I will moderate this session. And we are very honored to have invited 6 experts from 6 cities, introducing China experience in controlling air quality in the past 10 years at regional level and national level. Some experience and measures. First of all, I want to introduce the design of the session. We have 6 experts divided into 2 parts. Two experts talked about national level measures and experience, followed by 1 Q&A session lasting for 10 minutes. During the expert session, if you have questions, feel free to write down your questions in the chat box, or you can join the live Q&A session directly, give your questions. You can raise your hands, and there is a function on the Zoom, and you can just raise up the logo on the Zoom, and after raising your hand, and I will give the floor to our guests. And also, please identify yourself before you ask questions. And after Q&A session, we have a 30 minutes break. During the 30 minutes break, you are welcome to visit the technology fair, and you can have a visit there. And after 30 minutes break, we have another 4 Chinese experts talking about the regional level experience. And after 4 experts introduction, followed by 1 Q&A session, and then wrap up. And this is the agenda of this afternoon. Okay, I'd like to give the floor to Director Professor, Air Planning and Research Division of Chinese Academy of Environmental Planning, Ministry of Ecology and Environment, Mr. Lei Yu, who is going to talk about China's progress on air pollution control and prevention and climate change mitigation. The floor is yours, Ms. Lei Yu.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, very clear. Okay, let me share my screen with you. Hello. I will start my presentation for you. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and dear colleagues, today I want to introduce to you China's progress on air pollution control and prevention and the climate change mitigation. I am from the Ministry of Environment and Ecology, the Environment Planning. My name is Lei Yu, and I will introduce to you the work we have done since 2013, mainly relating to the pollution control in the air and the climate change. I hope that the experience and the progress we have got can be of some value for our international colleagues. I will talk about the 3 parts. The first is the experiences and the work we have done, the progress we have made, and then I will talk about the future plan for the air pollution control and prevention and climate change, including the challenges and the efforts we need to make. So first, in the recent years, we have done many the following works. Starting from 1970s, China started the air pollution prevention and control. For the atmosphere, we started from the end of 1970s and the early 1980s. So it has been 4 decades. Looking back through the 4 decades, in the different stages, we will see that the country has a different focus and emphasis, which has led to the changes in the procedure and approaches. So we can look at the 4 stages. The first is from 1980, from the end of 1970. So we look at the industrial emission control, including the smoke and the dust. And in the end of 1980s and early 1990s, acid rain has become an urgent issue in the US, in the EU, and in Eastern Asia. we also have started the control in the acid rain and disulfide. In the beginning of the 21st century, we look at the disulfide and NOx, the two major triggers of the acid rain. In the period after 2010, especially after 2013, we look at the PM2.5 and the multi-pollutants. So in different stages, we have the different focus. My emphasis will be put on the last stage, which is the nearest to us, that is about the air pollution complex. In 2013, the State Council has issued the Air Pollution Prevention and Control Action Plan. That is the first document of its kind issued by the central government. So starting from then, we can see that this is not only the work of a department of MEE, it is an action initiated by the country. In 2018, we started the 3-year action plan to fight air pollution. It has the following major content. The first is to look at the restructuring of the energy consumption. After 2000, if we look at the country's energy consumption structure, especially after China's accession into the WTO, the development of the economy is getting accelerated. The consumption of energy, especially the coal, is increasing very fast in the beginning of this century. Our recent work includes the restructuring of the energy consumption, and we successfully have reduced the energy intensity. In 2015, and after that period, there is a decrease of 13%. And compared with 2005, the decrease is 42.6%. For the share of coal, it has decreased since 2015. And if we look at the period after 2013, the curve is quite flat. The share is decreased from 64% to 57% in the period between 2015 and 2020. And for the clean energy, including the renewable energy and natural gas, it is increasing in terms of the share since 2015. So for the restructuring of the energy consumption, so we can see that it is not just related to the structure, but also to the consumers. If we look at the coal, the total consumption is not changing significantly, but we can see that more of the coal is used in the power generation. So this means the pollution control is getting more stringent. And for the industrial consumption, it is decreasing significantly. In the period after 2013, if we look at the industry boiler, it is decreased by about 260,000 since the period between 2013 to 2019. And that is 40% in total. We also use the new type boilers to replace the old ones. It is a decrease by 300,000 units. The coal consumption used by the stove at home is replaced by the electric appliances at home. And that means the energy consumption structure is changing in a more rational way. For the industry structure, it is also changing. We look at the industry product, including the steel and the cement. The output is higher. And if we look at the steel production, China occupies half of the world. But if we look at the contribution to the GDP, more is made by the high added value manufacturing, mechanical manufacturing, etc. and looking at the restructuring. And at the same time, we also look at the steel, the cement. We use the new facilities and equipments to replace the old ones. And we also have done the upgrading of the technology. Since 2017, 340 million tons of steel and 390 million tons of cement capacity is replaced by the environmental friendly technology. So it means that the energy and the pollution intensity is getting decreased while we are increasing the output of the industrial output. And we also can see the 46 trillion tons of railway transportation and 8 billion tons of marine transportation. And also, China has a large increase of new energy vehicles. The sales is getting stably increasing from 2019 to now. Now it is about 51% of the total new car sales. We also can see this upgrading happens in other sectors as well. All this has led to the energy intensity decreasing and pollution control. We also can look at the 8 aspects of the pollution control, including the ultra-low emission boiler and unit upgrading for the thermal power generation. So if we look at the emission in the thermal coal power generation, its emission is at the same level of the gas power generation in the EU and the US. And also we have the in-depth control on the VOC, on the other complex, the industrial boilers, and the rural areas replacement with the renewable energy and clean energy, the pollution control for the automobiles, and also the pollution control in the agriculture production. So we see that the multiple pollutants has decreased since 2013. Besides, we also look at the management and the monitoring. So we enhance the scientific support and the monitoring capacity. China has built 3,000 stations for the ambient air quality monitoring, including the national level, provincial level, and the city level monitoring stations. Also have the air quality forecast, looking at the pollutants like the VOC components and the dust, as well as the others. So this is a 3-dimensional network between the air and the ground. We also have the good forecast and warning system. We have a 100% accuracy for the pollutant coverage, and the accuracy on the grade of the pollution is 80%. This can help with the decision making for the air pollution control. For the investment, we also have made a great one. Since 2013, the central government has been constantly providing the fiscal support. From 2013 to 2020, that is a steady growth. In 2020, the fund is about 25 billion RMB from the central government. It also can lead the local investment and private sector's investment. We also can see the environmental protection tax. It is increasing as well. It can provide guidance to people and to the industry's behavior. All the related
成绩帮助我们的空气质量持续的改善，也帮助我们的温室气体得到了一定程度上的减排。那么主要的成绩呢，我们梳理大概有几方面的成绩。第一方面呢，就是我们整个“13五”期间，我们说国家的空气质量的目标。
In the 13th five-year plan, and in the beginning of 13th five-year plan, and there are two important goals. One is the PM 2.5 concentration went down. The other one is the good days, the number of the good days, I mean, with very good air qualities. And we achieved that in the 13th five-year plan, and it was dropped by 28.8%. Target is 18%. The other thing I want to say that 28.8% drop by the PM 2.5 concentration, up to 30% drop. And globally speaking, this is a very valuable experience. We compare data with Europe and America. And from the year of 2000 to 2020, within 20 years, the Europe and American PM 2.5 is around 20 to 30%. So to us, 5 years, we're able to drop the concentration by 28%. The other one is the percentage of days with good or moderate air quality increased by 5.8%. The target was 3.3, and we overachieved our goals. The two goals achieved help us that from 99 cities to 2015 to 202 in the year of 2020. And we have 202 cities which reached the target. This is a number of cities with good air quality increased by 30% almost. The other thing I want to say, and the PM 2.5 concentration in the key regions dropped significantly. And let's look at the key regions, such as the neighboring areas, Beijing, Tianjin, as well as the Yangtze River Delta, because they are heavily polluted with intensive population, which always be the priority in the national air quality control. And from 2015 to 2020, and we see less red and more green, which means that the heavy pollution sources was going down, and we have more and better air quality.
So we see that the development of the air quality is quite significant. And when we look at the economic development and to see whether it is compromised by the environmental protection, since the last decade, we see that the car population has increased by 1.2 times, and the GDP is increasing by 51%. So we can see that the development of the economy is still fast and steady. But at the same time, the PM 2.5 has decreased by 50%, and the sulfur dioxide has decreased by 3/4, and the heavy pollution day number has decreased by 85%. So it is a all-win result. And the major cause of that is emissions of the multiple pollutants reduced for the sulfur dioxide and oxide, and we can see that it is decreased. The peak of PM 2.5 happens in 2006 and 2012 and 2006, respectively, for SO2, NOx, and PM 2.5. And now it has reduced by 77%, 32%, and 53%. But if you look at the VOC, the ammonia, and also the other pollutants, we see that it is also a challenge for us. We have not seen the peak right now. And when we look at the period after 2013, the carbon emission is slowing down in terms of the increasing. So we can see that this also can show the success of the current procedures and approaches. So now we can see that this is the carbon emission. So from 2000 to 2013, the increase was accelerating. But after 2013, we can see the curve is getting flat. So we can see it is stabilized, and now it is getting a steady increase. it is getting a very slow increase. So the industrial carbon emission is a very big share of the total. It is about 40% of the total emission. In the developed countries, we cannot see that happening. In those countries, transportation, construction are the major source of the carbon emission. And when we look at the CO2 emission, and we can see this is a high resolution analysis. From 2020, after the pandemic, the emission of the CO2 has a decrease in the first several months of 2020 and the increased in 2021 and later. So we can see it is balanced with the period in 2019. And after that, the emission of the CO2 is still increasing. And when we look at the climate change mitigation, from 2015 to now, we see that in some major sectors, we can see the efforts made by the country, including the CO2. The result is quite good, especially in the industrial. So we can see that this is the tidying out of the old type of industrial boilers. In the 13th five-year plan in China, this has caused a 6% decrease of the CO2. The heating and the power generation has caused an increase in the CO2. That means the source of the emission is shifted from the industrial output to the power generation and to the transportation. In the city level, if we look at the 98 cities, we are looking at the related works, and we can see that the works has also caused a reduction of PM 2.5 and the CO2 emissions. If we compare 2019 to 2015, we can see that 98 cities have realized the decrease of both PM 2.5 and the CO2. That is the green zone. So we can see that these 98 cities, we will look closer at what they have done to see whether or not we can see some experiences and the specific approaches that we can have. And this may be good to the other cities to share the experiences. And now let's look at the future efforts and action plans. We have to realize the fact that China's CO2 mitigation is most difficult. It is more difficult than other countries, far more difficult than the developed countries. So if we look at the Paris Protocol, Paris Agreement, it is necessary to achieve 1.5 to 2 Celsius target from 2050 to 2070. China has announced 2030 is a carbon peak and 2060 is a carbon neutrality. It means that we have 30 years to reduce the CO2 from today's 10 billion tons to zero. The carbon emission volume and the speed are both unprecedented. If we take Europe as an example, in 1980s, the carbon peak happens in Europe. It has 70 years to go for the carbon neutrality to 2050. In the US, the time is left for 40 to 50 years. But China has only 30 years. That means a very big challenge. And second is for the air quality. The air quality improvement is still a big challenge as well. Since 2013, we have seen a decrease of the PM 2.5 in the 12th five-year plan. That is a 30% decrease. But a lot of cities still are waiting for getting qualified in the standard. In September last year, WHO has issued the new version of the guideline, and that is That means the national average PM2.5 concentration is 6.6 times of the WHO guideline, and 2.2 to 4.1 times of which of the EU and the US, and that means a very high level.
Let's look at the elevating ozone concentration. The overall ozone concentration and the pollution is going up. According to experience of EU and America, the prevention and the control of ozone is more challenging than PM2.5 because the ozone has many factors. And how to have a double reduction of both PM2.5 and ozone will be a great challenge. Ozone population has a big impact on human health to China. And those premature deaths, the factors. Let's look at the exposure to the air pollution, ranked number 3rd, and the ozone, ranked number 21st. Therefore, tackling PM2.5 and ozone pollution benefits human health. That's why in the coming years, we need to have ongoing control on both PM2.5 and ozone. On one hand, we need to have a major drop on the ozone level. On the other hand, we need to quickly improve the air quality. So what will be our technical pathway? We made some analysis. Based on our research on carbon, we propose the 2030 peak and 2050 neutrality, and we try to analyze the sectors and the fields, what will be the level of pollution. Let's look at the carbon emission. If carbon emission goes down, what's its impact on the energy sector, transport sector, as well as the emission level? And what will be the benefits brought to the air quality? One of the important suggestions is that measures toward carbon neutrality could contribute 80% air quality improvement by 2060. Given such a background, by 2060, and we are able to control PM2.5 around 10, and ozone is less than 100. Which is quite relevant to the guidance of WHO. Therefore, in the future, we need to synergize carbon neutrality and air quality improvement, and so they can have a very positive synergy between each other. Okay, with that, I finished my presentation. Most of the content in my presentation is built upon a report made by 30 Chinese experts. We are now formulating an English paper to be published on ESE, and we are looking for it. So we hope that, you can offer your suggestions in the future. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lei. And would you please stop screen sharing? Thank you for your sharing. I believe that your presentation and your sharing offers us very encouraging news that in the past almost 10 years, in 2013 to 2021, we have both economic growth and air quality improvement. And I believe, and this is very good, very positive news to our delegates. And I do see some questions in the chat box. And later, we will have that questions in the Q&A session. Thank you, Mr. Lei. Now, I'd like to invite the next speaker. Just a second, let me see my screen. Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. So please Please hold on just a second. Probably we have some internet connection. Yes, we have this problem when we need to have office work at home. Okay, the second speaker is the Director Professor, Air Research Division of Chinese Research Academy of Environmental Sciences, Mr. Hu Jingnan, who is going to talk about air quality management experience and technical support for key regions and cities in China. Yes, I can hear you. I don't know what's wrong with my screen. I don't know if this is relevant to my network. Would you please try screen sharing? Hello, Mr. Hu. Can you hear me? Maybe you can try screen sharing. Hello, our technician. Oh, Mr. Hu is offline. Mr. Hu is offline now. Are you there, Mr. Lei? Just a second.
Yes,
Mr. Lei. And I see some questions from the delegates. And do we have some incentives for the citizens to switch from the coal to the power, coal to electricity? Well, I try to answer this question very briefly. From coal to electricity, we do offer some incentives. We also put China's characteristics into consideration. And the most important incentives is like this. Some subsidy to the electricity for heating. There are several ways. One is the direct subsidy to your tariff. For example, you use some electricity and in the heating time, in the heating season, and you have more heating in the winter time, according to the certain level or the quota, and we can offer some subsidies. And those tariff, and we can offer a relatively low tariff. And the other one is off-peak time tariff and incremental tariff. And let's look at the off-peak time tariff. And from the coal to electricity, and one is the boiler technology. And those who use the tariff in the midnight, we encourage people use electricity in the midtime. And those who use the electricity in the midnight, we encourage them by a very low tariff, so that the citizens can use their own boilers at home, and they can heat up by the own boilers, and they can use that boiler during the daytime. That's kind of an off-peak time tariff. And the other thing, very important one, it is not very direct, it's indirect incentives. One of the important things from the coal to electricity is about the rural areas. Rural areas, as you know, the farmers are not good enough, do not have a large capacity for heating. That's why in recent years, we really encourage these electricity network infrastructure invested by the power company and the government. And this is paid by the government. Generally speaking, it is a cost in the rural areas. It is not paid by the farmers. This is kind of an indirect subsidy or indirect support. And all of these are very important experience, I want to say. Thank you very much, Mr. Lei. more questions to you, we can leave them to the QA session. Thank you, Mr. Lei. Hello, Director Hu. Yes, I can hear you. Can you see my slides? Yes, very good. Please go ahead. I'm sorry, I was offline just now. Why not I start my presentation? Air quality management experience and scientific technological support in Beijing, Tianjin, Hebei, and the surrounding area. My name is Hu Jinan. I'm from Chinese Research Academy of Environment. And first of all, I want to talk about the current situation of air quality during the 13th Five-Year Plan in the BTH areas and the scientific technical support, including pollution causes, protection, forecasting, consultation, and decision-making, supervision and enforcement evaluation. Thirdly, some management innovation. And just now, Mr. Lei already mentioned this. As one of the priority areas in China, BTH, in the early 13th Five-Year Plan, we had a recurrence of heavy pollution, especially by the end of 2016 to the early 2017. And it is we have a haze lasting from the end of the year to the beginning of the year, and their extreme AQI above 500, and a big influence on the citizens' health. So in the 13th Five-Year Plan, the Chinese government, especially BTH region, from the province to the cities, adopted many measures and strong measures to improve the air quality. The same slide appeared to Director Liu's presentation. During the 13th Five-Year Plan period, especially since 2017, PM2.5 concentrating in BTH and the surrounding area decreased significantly. And in 2021, for the first time, Beijing reached the annual average PM2.5 less than 35. And let's think about the days of polluted days. Exceeding days and exceedance days dropped by 55%. The number of heavy pollution days dropped by 67% in Beijing, Tianjin, Hebei, which means very good progress and result. Because this is the result and the evaluation of air quality monitoring data. So I want to talk about how we achieved our high air quality. In my presentation, I want to talk about scientific and technical support in the air quality improvement from the region to the city. And we start from the current situation, and then we forecast the future trend. And then we can have a consultation, we make judgment, and we make the decision. And in implementing the measures, and we have enforcement, we have monitoring, we have follow-up, we have evaluation. So scientific and technical support played important role. And here we have a 5-step chain. In our overall experience, we try to summarize in the past 5 years our experience. Generally speaking, from the regional joint prevention and control, one city, one policy mechanism, strengthening supervision and assessment, we have a lot of innovation. First of all, I want to say we need to clarify the causes of heavy regional air pollution. And let's look at the causes of heavy regional air pollution, which is quite complicated. And we divided it into macro, meso, and micro levels. And we carried out relevant research and analysis. Macro part, high emissions and unfavorable geographic and meteorological conditions. Probably some unfavorable geographic and meteorological conditions. Meso, recurrence of the pollution was caused by the regional emission as well as the regional transport and the secondary transformation. Meanwhile, we also focus on the gas-based pollutants transformed to the PM2.5. We call it secondary transformation. Has a big impact on the pollution control and prevention. So let's look at the micro level: meteorological condition, key physical mechanism, secondary transformation, key chemical mechanism. For example, sulfur dioxide and turned into the different kind of chemicals and ammonia and these secondary aerosols, and a lot of chemical mechanism there. So a lot of explanations at the micro level. I will not go into details. High emissions at macro level and 2+6 cities, BTH and the surrounding areas, and 28 cities. And there is a transmission channel. We call it 2+6 cities. And the major emissions had a huge quantity, which exceeding the national average level almost 3 to 5 folds. To check the details, in the past several years, by using a bottom-up approach, we prepare a refined emission list of 2+26 cities has been compiled to identify the base number of the pollution sources. And this is one of the priorities. And the relevant research in terms of power generation and the steel, coking, cement, petrochemical, boiler, companies one after another have been analyzed by us. We built a dynamic emission list. On the right hand, it shows that year-on-year changes in NOx emissions in January, February, and March of 2020 nationwide. And this is the emission looked like. Apart from the emission, we know that the air pollution was also influenced by these unfavorable meteorological conditions. There are a lot of factors there. Near surface, wind speed less than 2 meters per second, relatively humidity higher than 60%. Near surface, inversion and boundary layer height less than 500 meters. It is easy to cause local pollutants accumulation under the unfavorable meteorological conditions. We know it's very important to have the regional joint prevention and control. We have a detailed analysis such as the modeling, monitoring, and the BTH between the cities. The transmission of the pollutants. Let's look at the national average and the 20 to 30% contribution from it. And during the heavy pollution period, the regional transport impact increased by about 15 to 80%, and Beijing can reach 60 to 70%.
So we can see that this will cause an increase about 15 to 20%, and Beijing can reach 60 to 70%, and that is why we need to look at the surrounding area. And when we look at the heavy pollution, we look at the root cause analysis and the key advantages and the challenges looking. So we can see this is a pie chart, and in this we can see the particles ingredient and the analysis of them, and we can see that the analysis can be done looking at the different sources. And for the 28 cities, the major source of pollution, including the dust, the industry, and the coal, and the thermal, as well as the steel. So we look at the analysis of the specific sources and the pie chart for the different cities. This has given us a very strategic decision-making reference. After that, we also look at the pollution control and the future forecast and the trend analysis, because the historical record and the future are logically connected with one another. So we look at the forecast. For one thing is that in the process of the pollution, a very important measure of the control is for the heavy pollution days number, and looking at the countermeasures we can have. The pollution process analysis is very important to have the troubleshooting on the heavy pollution. We also look at the forecasting technology development, looking at the global meteorological observing system, and the EU, US, and the South Korea meteorological technologies and facilities. These can help to improve the accuracy of the forecasting. So the capability is to reach 7 to 10 days forecasting. With this, we can have the analysis based on the forecasting. So you can see here it is the process. We will provide the data and have the discussion with the management team, with the science and technology team. And this can help us to have a clearer understanding of the trend of the pollution and to get the countermeasure based on our observation. And one type of the countermeasure is to look at the unfriendly meteorological conditions and the temporary management. In the Beijing, Tianjin, and Hebei, industrial source is a very important one of the pollution. And when there is an unfriendly meteorological situation with heavy pollution days, we will look at the industrial source to see a temporary control to be done. So we have the emergent emission reduction measures, looking at the process of the production. After the review and assessment, we look at the temporary strategy of control. From 2019 to 2020, in the Beijing, Tianjin, and Hebei area, we look at the key industries and have the closer observation on each one to see whether or not we can have the response in a more accurate way. A very important strategy is that we look at the different enterprises and to have the classified performance of environmental management, like the industrial, like the steel, and also the metal and the cement. We look at the emission, the management and the control, the observation and the supervision. After that, we will have a classification of them. And this is based on a rating system. We have 4 levels from A to D. With all this, we will have accurate management. If the performance is not good enough, like C or D, we will give specific controlling and supervision. And for A and B, we may provide exemptions of this observation and control. These can effectively promote the industries to voluntarily work on the environmental and pollution control. This will help with the performance for the industry as a whole. And once there is a pollution, for example, in the first quarter of the year, and when we look at the unfriendly meteorological conditions, we will look into the trend of the pollution. This can help with more accurate management and control in specific industries. With not so good meteorological, we can reduce, shave the peak of the emission and pollution. That is also a very good result. In the 14th Five-Year Plan, from 2021 to 2025, we have a long-term and even longer-term commitment like carbon neutrality, carbon peak. So we need to look at the demographical, urban planning, and the transportation industry prediction. With this, and with the analysis based on the data, we can get a 5-year or even longer period working plan, which is a comprehensive plan. It is not only a regional one. It can be used by each cities, because in different cities, the pollution cause is different. So one city, one policy is also important. This principle is important for the cities because it can provide accurate measurement and methodology to the different cities. And for the supervision and for translating the policy into the down-to-earth work, it is another important thing. Since the 14th Five-Year Plan, the enforcement of the law is getting more and more powerful and stringent. We also have introduced a mechanism into this process, like the distant confirmation of the high-risk pollution position. And this can help with the accuracy improvement of the on-site observation and reviewing. And after that, we need the full correction for all the enterprises, and we will randomly select and check some of them. Science and technology development is also very important, like the distant, very important source, like the frequently observed source. We also have a closer look on it, like the power consumption for certain industry projects, and also to have the holistic observation in parallel. So we see there are some issues like the over-emission and the urged local place, and we also need to urge the local places to make quick corrections. We also have the scanning that is very important for the major pollution source. We also will have the investment on the sensors. We will try the economical sensors connected with the internet and to see whether or not there is a pollution source. This is frequently used in Beijing, Tianjin, and Hebei. Besides the city, we have the monitoring stations. In the counties and in the rural area, we also are performing the air quality observation. This data we got from those stations can help with the screening of the rural area pollution source, which is more and more important. So how to get accurate observation and to check and pick out the heavy polluters is also important. So this is a recognition of the issue and a countermeasure development. And after that, we have got some achievements, and we also need to review what we have done. So this slide is an example. It shows that for the long-term emission reduction, like for the dual replacement of the bulk coal and zeroing in the coal-fired boilers, and also the mobile work and the intensive reduction of the mobile sources, and the staggered production and the emergency measures for the heavy pollutions, as well as the smaller enterprises. So we look at the specific like SO2, the PM2.5, and NOx. They have their own method of the pollution reduction. So in the long run, we will need a sustainable method. And when we have the temporary peak of the pollutant, we also need the short-term measurement. This kind of emergency reaction measurement can also improve the long-term measurement. And these two can be combined with one another in a complementary way to get a comprehensive result. So this is for the Beijing, Tianjin, and Hebei. And in the past 5 years, what we have done. For the management innovation, we also have some achievements. First is that establish the Regional Environmental Management Bureau and the Science Center based on the working group. So we have this institution under the administration of the MEE. With this bureau, we can have a harmonized implementation of these regions' pollution control and prevention. At the same time, we have the science and technologies, and we have the technology support. And there is an institution that is a National Joint Research Center for the Air Pollution Prevention Control. This is a very strong technical institution. So for the different institutions, this will gather the achievements or the updated technologies provided by them and have the comprehensive application to all the different networks. In the 28 cities around Beijing, Tianjin, and Hebei, we have built 28 working groups. Each group is responsible for each city, and they will have the on-site development and the guidance provided on behalf of the MEE so that the advanced appliances can be used in those areas. And ultimately, we can have the scientific and accurate method to be used. This is widespread to Shanxi, Shanxi, and the YRD, many cities. They have shown very great interest on the technology application in the frontier to help with the management of the government. So this is a quite popular methodology and system. And in this 5-year plan, we also have another thing to look at, that is the central supervision on the environmental protection. This is nominated by the central government. And on behalf of the central government, it can give the urgent tasks to the local area and also give the pressures to the local governments. It also has the hot spot grid, the ranking, and also to look at the different conditions. The shared quality ranking is very important. It can improve the drive of the competition. The MEE will have the publicity released every month, every quarter, and every year. So it will look at the 168 key cities. We look at not the existing performance, but also the changes in the ranking. If the ranking is dropped, and if the improvement is not significant enough, the MEE will talk to those cities. So we can see the top ones from Haikou to Zhoushan. These are the top cities. And for the reversed from Anyang to Taiyuan, this is the lower level environmental quality. And this will put pressure on those cities, municipal government, and they will have the drive and the pressure to improve their air quality. So this is to promote this drive of the work. The government attached great importance on the air pollution control. In the 13th 5-year plan, we can see the improvement of the air quality. That is a joint effort from the government and the private sectors. And for the science and technology, it is also very important. So we have seen the cost analysis and look at the trend into the future and the potential we can get. We also can see the negotiation and analysis from the different stakeholders will help with the science and technology development and decision making. And we also can see the regional control. It is important as well for the institutional improvement. It is also helping with the development, because this can help with the pressure given the drive providing to the local area for the air pollution. Okay, this is my introduction. Thank you very much. Thank you, Director Hu. And our two experts. Okay, so please use the channel of Chinese. If we have the English question reason, you can hear the Chinese translation. We have got several questions, and now we are in the Q&A session. If you hope to raise questions or answer the questions, you can use the Zoom. And if you want to raise questions, you can raise your hand. And first question is to Director Lei Yu, and also we have another question to Director Hu. A question to Director Lei is that you used a lot of data of the air quality. So the question is that some of the cities or locations will have the manipulation of the data, and how to guarantee the accuracy of the data you use. Well, for the monitoring, we cannot guarantee 100% accuracy and authenticity of them, but we will try to make it more objective. To do this, like other countries, we also have a lot of quality and technology control, including using the multiple sources to have the cross-check with one another. For the air quality monitoring, we have the National Monitoring Station. It has provided a lot of technology standard. The data we use should be in accordance with this standard. And this standard is also a guidance provided by the data provided to the data collection. So we also have other implementation standards, like the third-party service providers, their management, and the on-site checking. These can help with the improvement of the data quality. If their competency is increased, we can also see a better quality of the data. And at the same time, we also use the satellite and the vehicle-borne remote sensing facilities. We also will use the data to validate whether or not the data we got from the local sources are authentic. We can see some papers in the journals. There are different methodologies. In the recent years, the data we have seen is of greater quality, significantly improved compared with the previous years. Okay, thank you, Mr. Lei. And now, Mr. Hu. So, Yang Yuqi, I will give you opportunity later. And another question is that for the NDC in China, the realization of the goal and also the MEE's role in the NDC. This question to Mr. Hu. The question is about the climate change in NDC and the role of the MEE. Oh, okay, Mr. Director Lei. So NDC is a very big issue, and President Xi Jinping also have announced the goal for China. And the commitment is that the carbon peak in 2030 and the carbon neutrality in 2060. And this is a quite official commitment. We also look at renewable energy and the power generation innovation.
Some of the descriptions about the 2030s targets. By 2030, we expect a peak, and by 2060 neutrality. In the recent seminars and workshops held in China, there is a consensus. The neutrality and the peak of carbon is a broad or extensive economic and social changes. It's not only relevant to the Ministry of Ecology and Environment, it needs the engagement of the whole society. That's why we have a 1+N policy system. One is the State Council released a guidance on the carbon neutrality and peak. N refers to dozens of different proposals. One of them is the action plan for the double carbon targets, and the others will be presented by different ministries on construction, transport. MEE is responsible to the lower pollution and the lower carbon emission. we give more emphasis on the pollution prevention and the control, and how it can be incorporated into the emission reduction. So in the next step, MEE will closely follow them. And the other thing, very importantly for MEE, is about our carbon commitment implementation, such as the carbon market, the national carbon market, as well as the 7 regional carbon markets. In the coming years, MEE will pay more attention to the construction of carbon markets. Mr. Lu, do you have any more comments? No, actually, I do not have very thorough idea of that. And I know, Mr. Lei, you have a thorough idea on that. Thank you. And let's look at another delegate who wants to raise a question. I want to unmute him. Mr. Yang Yuqi, please go ahead. Hello. I have one question to Mr. Lei. In your presentation, you talked about in comparison to other pollutants, and ammonia and VOC didn't see much good result. And there are many types of VOC, a lot of sources of VOC, difficult to control VOC. And in 2022, in comparison to 2017, what are the new changes on VOC management? Do we have some better technology or new advantage in comparison to of 2017? What makes us difference in the year of 2020 in comparison to 2017 in terms of VOC management? Well, VOC is more challenging than the other pollutants because dispersed emission of VOC and more pollutants, most of them coming from the chimneys, such as the these NOx, as well as the carbon oxide. And most of them comes from the pipeline, the connection of the pipeline, where it is kind of surface emission. And there are different measures and technologies. We want to diversify them. Any type of work, the overall emission result of VOC is not as strong as we expect from others. MEE after 2017 presented three specific working plan on VOC control, 2017, 2019, and 2020, step by step. The work priorities on VOC control, as well as some core priorities. What are the methods to be applied? At present, petrochemical and painting, packaging, and the pump stations and the oil tank with relatively proven control measures with more effective controlling results, and we have ways to control from these measures. At present, to us, the management of VOC has made better progress than the year of 2017, and the others about emission list. And after 2017, VOC emission in our view started to go down. And probably Mr. Hu can also present some data on the VOC emission in some key regions, including the components of VOC, the monitoring, and maybe they can echo our result. Generally speaking, we see some initial result of controlling VOC. However, the how much we can control VOC in comparison to the other pollutants, we still see a gap. Thank you, Mr. Lei. I want to make some comments. Just to make some response to Mr. Lei's input. At the national level, the VOC volume in the 13th five-year plan went down a little bit, but in BTH and the surrounding areas, the priority areas, let's look at the management of VOC. We do see the result, not only BTH as well as the per river delta. We do see some going down trend. One of the important things, like Mr. Lei mentioned, from the national level, including some priority areas during the 13th five-year plan, several guiding policies and programs were presented on controlling VOC, taking about the measures, the industrial service, as well as the mobile sources. We take some measures, petrochemical, as well as some coatings and solvent. I should say, the measures are not equally evident, but with measures, we do see the result of less emission. VOC control and management is now on the right track. Let's look at the mobile pollutants, such as the petrol cars, the distillation of the fuels, and we try to control the emission from the vehicles. And we made very evident results. Just like Mr. Lei mentioned, the emission of VOC comes from different sources, such as the natural sources. We hope the trend of controlling VOC, just like sulfur dioxide or it's more difficult. It is more difficult than the primary PM. And the experts talked about energy, about the ammonia. And at the present, and we really focus on the ammonia in the 14th five-year plan in BTH and surrounding areas. We start to have some pilot projects, such as the ammonia reduction, especially from the agriculture sectors. In some certain documents during the 14th five-year plan, above 5% ammonia reduction from the agriculture sector. And this is quite important measures. Of course, it is very challenging. So that is some comment from my side. Thank you, Mr. Hu. We have one more minute for the Q&A. Here's another delegate saying that China makes good progress. They want to know what will be the next priorities. Would you please offer a brief answer to respond to that question? Why not we start from Mr. Lei and then Mr. Hu? Well, in the future, down the road, we have different goals, short-term and long-term. Well, long-term is the double reduction plan, the double carbon plan. We try to sustain our economic development and a lot of technological solutions, as well as the development pathway research to drive the double carbon reduction target. And the other thing is about 2030 peak and 2035 beautiful China air control goals. It's more about the NOx and the VOC synergy control. We try to lower the concentration of PM 2.5 and oxygen, the ozone level. Okay, some brief answer from my side. Let's look at a long-term priority, air quality control and response to the climate change. That's a long-term goal. In the coming 5 to 10 years, PM 2.5 and the ozone synergy control, to be specific on the pollutants such as the VOC plus NOx, such as the control of ammonia from the agriculture sectors. We need to have a synergy in the prevention and the control work, which will be the priority in the coming 5 to 10 years. Thank you, our two experts. Just now, I see another delegate asking question in the chat box. It's a question about indoor. Do we have a research on the indoor air expose? We cannot release it today, but tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, we will about the air quality control on the cooking and emission from the kitchens. And if you show interest in that question, and you are welcome to join us tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. That's the end of the Q&A session for this part. Thank you, Mr. Hu. Thank you, Mr. Lei. And now we are going to have our 30 minutes break time. And within the 30 minutes, we invite you to have a virtual tour on our technology fair. Have a look there, and probably you can find some interesting information there. And we come back on time, 3:30. Thank you.
好的，现在正好是3:30，那咱们下一个环节正式开始。
Now it is 3:30. We will have 4 experts. They will talk about the past 10 years experiences they can share with us. So we will have Professor Fang Yingchang of Nankai University. You may have noticed that the first 2 experts have talked about the technology in sharing the national experiences with us, including the procedures and the methodologies based on the science and technology. So Professor Feng Yingchang is leading a team providing the technology support to Tianjin City. So let's welcome Professor Feng Yingchang. Okay. So please share the screen with us. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Fu. And also I'd like to thank the organizer. And I am also happy to discuss with you about the air pollution prevention and control. So just now, Director Hu and Director Lei have told us about the national experiences and the work we have done in China. I am based in Tianjin, where I am more familiar with. I hope to share with you the work we have done in Tianjin on the air pollution prevention and control. So this is my agenda of this presentation. The first is the evolution of the air pollution characteristics. Second is our control measures and achievements. And the third is the lessons we have learned. So let's first talk about the features of the air pollution. This is the beginning of the whole picture analysis. So first, let's look at the milestones in the air pollution. So going back to the first stage, that is 1970s to 80s, that was the first stage. And we looked mainly at the coal and the smoke pollution. So with the coal and the smoke, it is a focus of every step of our work, including the thermal coal. Thermal coal is regarded as a major source, especially for the dust control and TSP. And after that, in the second stage, we started to look at the other sources of the pollution, including based on the urban area construction and development. So we will see the mixed pollution, including the coal and dust and others. So that is PM10. And we look mainly at the multiple causes. And for the particle control, the first is the TSP, that is 100 micron, and then PM10. Since 2010 to now, we look at the complex pollution. In different cities, they may have their specific milestones, but the general feature of the pollution is complex. So starting from looking at the physical, we are now also looking at the chemical pollution source, that is a PM2.5. So these are the stages, the 3 stages of the particle control. And if we look at the measures done by the government, we started from the pollution source control. So we look first at the thermal control and the particle control. And in the first stage, we have the air pollution law formulated. From 1990s to 2000, we look at the total emission control. It is looking at the sulfur dioxide and the smoke and the PM10. So we have selected these two because it is easier for the monitoring. But now we have expanded the work to the multiple and complex pollution controls. In the first and second stage, we have effectively controlled the acid rain. And from 2013 to now, we have been following the new standard. Actually, starting from 2012, we focus on the PM2.5. And air quality-oriented management has started. In the total emission, we will look at the specific targets. But in the current management, we will look at the qualified days in the whole year. So in the recent years, that is the third stage, and that is the most important stage that I want to talk about. In the air pollution prevention law, we also use this stage standard as our focus. In the future, we will look at the risk-oriented management. So these are the 4 stages and our focus in the 4 different stages. Looking at Tianjin, it is a coastal city and very near to Beijing, only about 100 kilometers away. And the population is 13 million. The area is about 11,000 square kilometers. In the recent years, the GDP growth is very fast. The economic growth is steady and very strong. And if you look at the blue, this is the GDP growth rate. And also, I have shown here the crude iron and the coal, cement, etc. And when we look at the energy consumption, so we see that the gray part is the energy consumption in the recent 10 years. So that is the consumption of the fuel. And if you look at the breakdown, we can see the natural gas is increasing very fast and replacing the coal. So this is the background of the economy. And when we look at the control and the quality from 2013 to 2020, we started to look at PM2.5. Before 2013, we look mainly at the carbon and the sulfur dioxide. So you can see in 2013, if you look at the green part, that is a PM2.5 standard. And you can see the decrease is quite steady in the past 10 years. So we see that this is the breakdown of the pollutants. We also have the annual statistics on the pollution sources. So you can see this is the sulfur pollution source and the thermal coal. And we also can look at the nitrate. Nitrate percentage is increasing. That is a blue one. The most important milestone is the action plan for the air pollution prevention in 2013. And we can see the most intensive implementation of these measures. So starting from 2013, there are 6 major parameters Besides ozone, the others are all decreasing. Ozone is not decreasing that significantly, but others are quite significant. And when we look at the PM 2.5, in terms of the dominant pollution days and the heavy pollution days and the days exceeding this national quality, all the parameters are improving. But for the ozone, it is not effectively controlled compared with PM 2.5. So we can draw a conclusion that previously we focus more on PM 2.5, and in the 14th five-year plan, we will look at both PM 2.5 and ozone. So for the dominant days, the days number for ozone is getting increased, and for PM 2.5, it is decreasing. And when we look at the consumption volume of this pollutant, so you can see PM 2.5, and this is a PM 10. And also we can see the VOCs, the NOx, and the SO2. They are all decreasing. And VOC and the NOx, compared with PM 2.5 and PM 10, the curve is a little bit more flat. So for the NOx and the VOC, they are closely related to ozone. And that also reflects that the issue of ozone is a major focus for the next step. And the control measures and achievements in the past years, what are the functions of these achievements? So first, we've looked at the stages. The first is from 2013 to 2017, that is the 10 measures. And in 2018, we have the 3-year action plan to bring the blue sky back. So for this fight against air pollution, for the blue sky, we pay more attention to the air pollution, especially the heavy pollution sources. We have seen the pollutant decreased significantly. We have done several things to achieve that. So first is for coal, and that is for the industrial boilers and the heating boilers, and also for the bulk boilers. We have done the improvement of them, and also for the industrial boilers, and which is of a quite high number in Tianjin, which is an industrial city. We also look at the traffic, which is an emission as well. And when we look at the emission and the air pollution control and to do the cross-check, so we can see this graph. This is the emission, and these are the work we have done. If we have done the right decision, the pollutant decreasing will be very significant. So if we look at the ozone, the gray one, which is not quite significantly improved, but the others are increasing. The others are improving very well. And we also can look at several types of them. The first is PM 2.5. So what measures have made the decrease? If we look at the 2012, and if we look at the sources of them, so we can see that this pie chart is 100%, and for every type of pollution source, they have the contribution on the PM 2.5 decreasing. The strongest one for Tianjin is the industrial emission reduction, that is the green part. And for the heating, this is the second most important policy. For the sulfur dioxide, it is also decreasing. So the major achievements are done through the industrial boiler and the heating boilers improvement. And for the NOx, the decreasing was not as strong as the other pollutants. And that is mainly for the civilian boilers and for the power generation boilers. They are the most important contributors. And for the VOC, so we can see that as mentioned by Director Hu and Director Lei, they also have mentioned this. So if we look at the VOCs, so we see that the decreasing is not as significant as the others, because in Tianjin, we have a very developed the petrochemical industry, and the total volume is very high. In Beijing, Tianjin, and Hebei, we have maybe the largest VOC. So the decreasing is happening, but not as strong as the others. What we need to do is on the management control, on the process control in the petrochemical manufacturing. And we also need to look at the specific issues. If I have more time, I also hope to discuss with you in detail. And for the controlling volume, we have measured the concentration of the pollutant. So we will first look at the emission to see what's the complete reduction of the emission. But on the other hand, we also need to look at the meteorological factors. Every year, we will look at the human factors, the meteorological factors, and to have the cross-checking and analysis upon its impact on the air pollution. So if you can see that these are the bar graph, the yellow one means the meteorological is friendly, and the others means if the yellow bar is below 0, that means the meteorological contribution is negative. So we can see with this data, we show that in 2013, we have decreased the number from 96 milligrams per cubic meter to 39 milligrams per cubic meter. The emission reduction contributed 62%. And when we look at the recent years, every year we will look at the sources of the pollution, including the dust, the coal, the vehicle, industrial, and others. The contribution is shown in the bar graph. So if we look at the recent years, we see that the vehicle has become a larger contributor of the pollutant. Although the absolute volume is not that high, the growth rate is getting higher. And this is the basic situation we are facing. And what are the lessons that we have got? We hope to share with you some of them. So first is that we need to have the constant technological support. If we hope to realize our goal and have the right decision to be made, technology is a most important measure. In Tianjin, we have done a lot of investment, including the funds and other resources to support the science and technology. For the monitoring, we have seen the air pollution routine monitoring network. We also have the air quality and the pollutant source management and monitoring. We also have the meteorological boundary layer observation tower and also the very capable monitoring tower. These are very important for the assessment of our strategy and the policy making. And we also have the overall management of the pollutant sources, including the major location identification. So here for the heavy pollution from 2017 to 2016 to 2017, Till now, we have collected the data and we do the regular retrospective review. So we look at the meteorological physical accumulation, and this is regional transport. We also have the chemical process. So here we have the modeling of the data. And for the heavy pollution, we have got good technology support.
During 2020, we monitored the pollution in the epidemic, and we provided these results to the policymakers. And what kind of measures proved to be effective? We keep making correction on the policies. And all these are our research topics. The other one is supported by mechanism innovation. And this is something we need to summarize. It is very valuable, such as our working mechanism. We put the scientists, the decision makers together, and we take actions and we make the decision together. And let's look at the management mechanism. And the environmental protection is a work for all. We need to engage everyone. In the recent years, people say it's easy to talk about it nowadays, but at that time, it was very challenging. Take Tianjin City as example. We conducted a lot of work. I will not go into details about the mechanism. A lot of things need to be summarized because they are so valuable. And every week, every Saturday, and it was chaired by the mayor. It was a weekly routine meeting. And we need to identify the problems, what to be addressed, and form the actions and take tackling methods. And this is highly effective. How about our measures? First of all, we have the structural adjustment, which played a major role. And in our actions and measures, structural adjustment played a major role. Let's look at the reduction made by us, mostly came from the structural adjustment. But at present, if we look into the future, structural adjustment will gain more importance. Take Tianjin City as example. There are several important things. First of all, the better mix of the energy structure. At the time, we have 5,000 tons of coal in Tianjin, but now it is only 30 million. In the past, it was 50 million. And now mixed with natural gas and other energies. The other thing is have less coal. Coal, yes, you can use it, but who use it? This is a big problem. And some smaller coal. And let's look at the industrial structure and the high energy consumption in recent years. We already closed 4 to 5 steel-making companies. And of course, the other, some industry companies. That is the industrial adjustment. Other things, for example, we have less coal consumption and we spend a lot of money on it and played a very important role. I believe all these are very effective measures in controlling the source of the pollutants. As a matter of fact, while promoting Tianjin City, and we have our action plan on controlling the air quality, there is a top principle. Environmental pollution is prioritized in serving the social and economic development. In the past, in our overall plan, and we need to develop in that direction. But you bring the environmental protection issues, it's not possible to solve it because we already had the overall goal. That's why in our top principle, we keep emphasizing it from time to time. Environmental capacity is a constraint factor to the economic development. So in the urban planning to the economic development planning, environmental protection is always prioritized. And economic is good, but poor environment is not possible because in the goal in the development plan, we already have this top philosophy. People have to follow that. And the other thing is end of pipe treatment. A lot of work has been done in recent years. And from now on to the future, it plays a less role. And one of the important things is to have a higher requirement or regulatory measures, and the industrial emission, as well as the flying, the urban dust, and other open sources played a very important role. And we formed a comprehensively complete mechanism. And these two measures are very important. Another thing is important is the public engagement. We know that environmental protection means that we need to engage everyone. Otherwise, you cannot move it, including myself. While I recorded a lecture for the students, the first lecture I gave was on this. I want to engage the citizens, the students who are participants. They are not outsiders, they are insiders. They are part of it. And all these are very valuable lessons. Finally, I want to say, questions worthy of thinking. Let's look at the controlling of the source pollutants are very important. Energy structure, industrial structure, how to make an adjustment. People say we have a less tertiary industry, we have so many secondary industry. Shall we switch to tertiary industry altogether? No. What is the pathway? Maybe this place is good for coal mining. Oh, okay, secondary industry, but you need to control it. And there is a pathway to grow coal mining. Series of questions, all of that will appear. Most of the issues worth our thinking and consideration. So it is open for our own consideration. That's all from myself. Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Feng. You share with us your own thoughts. And also in Tianjin, in your work, you use environmental capacity as a constraining factor in drafting the economic development goal of the city, giving emphasis on the source pollutants control. I think this is a big progress made in China's air quality control. Thank you for sharing. And would you please stop sharing the screen? Okay. The second speaker is from Jining City, who is going to talk about the experience of Jining City. And this is Jining invited this team for technical support. And this company is called Qinghuan Smart Source Science and Technology Company Limited. Mr. Zhao Qing, who is a senior engineer and the general manager of this company. Would you please to share your screen? Yes, please just wait a second. Can you see my screen? Nope. Not yet. How about now? Yes, we can see your slides. Maybe you can play your slides. Okay, it works. Thank you. Clean Air Asia, it's my great honor to join you in the meeting. I want to share with you the work we did in Jining City of Shandong Province. Just now, I listened to the experience from previous experts and teachers who talked about their experience in China in controlling the air quality at the city level, one city, one policy. And in 2017, Jinan City in Shandong Province started work in air quality control. Tsinghua University, ever since 2016, started cooperation with Jining City. From 2017, we started the first round until recently, we have the second round of one city, one policy. And from 2017 to 2020, some of the priorities is about the PM 2.5, the management and the control of PM 2.5. Last year on, we brought the ozone pollution into the agenda. So I want to talk about the start of the second round of one city, one policy, and what will be the result of our work. Some considerations in the 14th five-year plan. Jining City. I know that some of you do not know much about the Jining City, which is located in Shandong Province. I want to give you a brief background of the city. In history, Jining is quite famous, and it is the birthplace of Confucius and Mencius. And this is a cultural heritage city. It also has a heavy industry, has a very developed heavy industry. Given this background, it is to the south of a BTH region. Built upon the presentation made by the previous speakers, I want to offer you more experience we did at the city level. How do we support the decision made by the government? There are three parts in my agenda. First of all, background and management mechanisms. Secondly, pivotal problems and control philosophy, work content and control effects. And just now, the macro background already mentioned by speakers. By the end of last year, the State Council and the CPC, in terms of the 14th five-year plan, several important notices were made. For example, PM 2.5 will be lower by another 10%, and the good days increased by 87.5% at national level. Because of the goal, ozone was put into a priority, because in the 14th five-year plan, in many cities, ozone pollution will exceed PM 2.5, become a major pollutant. Another important sign of the pollution is PM 2.5 and ozone in key regions and typical cities. That's why we have the requirements of management in the 14th five-year plan. There are three priorities for overcoming difficulties in air quality. One is to remove the heavy pollutants, especially PM 2.5 in the autumn and the winter time. The other thing is the NOx and the VOC, as well as the mobile emissions, the petrol, roads, as well as the vehicles should be managed in parallel. To overcome these difficulties, to reach the goals, there are many measures and there are several directions put forward by MEE. We need to ensure we can fulfill the goal by such a way. And those below the target cities need to have a target time, and when they will meet the target. Even though in 2015 the law on air was released, however, at present many cities haven't released working result to the general public. The other thing, we need to have air environment monitoring capabilities by improving Sky Earth Air Integrated Monitoring System. And based on the regular monitoring, we need to add more monitoring points covering sky, air to air. And the other thing is to provide stronger technical support. Many experts mentioned this. We need to support the cities in some critical areas. In the 60 cities, in the second round, we already have it, and Jining is one of the 60 cities. The other one is important in the 13th five-year plan. We need to further emphasize the role played by the local governments and they need to strictly take the primary responsibility in air pollution prevention and control. And emission reduction and air improvement has been taken as KPI at the government level, at the different levels. And something happening in the Jinan city. And this city is located in the hinterland of southwest Shandong and at the intersection of the North China Plain and the mountains regions of central and south Shandong. It is a heavy industry city. In 2020, approximately 73 million tons of coal. In northern China cities, the average ton of coal is around 20 million. Why Jining city is up to 37 million? At present, the coal consumption used for power generation, another 6 million tons for coking industry, as well as cement kilns, 1,260,000 tons of scattered coal. In northern China, clean heating was proposed by China. By now, in Jinan city and the remote area has no facilities for concentrated heating. They have to use scattered coal. And at present, the industries, apart from the power generation, the coking, the cement kilns, and heating supply, petrochemical, coating, packaging, and VOC key industries. And according to the monitoring data, air improvement in Jining City is very evident. At present, in comparison to 2013, we did see a great progress, especially after 2019. We strongly feel the result is narrowing down. In some key data, the ozone improvement among different pollutants is quite laid back. And in the 14th five-year plan, it's good to control it not going back. It is good enough. And let's look at the concentration of the fine particles remaining at high level and close to the western part, Henan province, Hebei province, and close to Taihang Mountains. So within the 16 cities, Jinan City ranked number 3 in the concentration of the fine particles. This year, Jining City, the goal is to quit from the top 3. Hello, Mr. Zhao Qing. Are you still online? Are you there? I think you are frozen. We couldn't hear you. Just a second. I think he is offline. I thought it was me. Just a second. It's not only one person, maybe several of them. And let's wait for him. If you can hear my voice, if you have any question, you can type in the questions into the chat box, and we will have our staff collecting questions, and we can answer these questions during the QA session. So the slides are still moving, but we couldn't see Mr. Zhao Qing. Just a second.
张青，你能听到我说话吗？
Can you hear me, Mr. Zhao? Maybe he is trying to come back. Our staff is contacting him. If you have any question, and you can type in the words in the chat box, or if you have any questions, and you can respond, and also you can raise your hands, and we can unmute you, and you can ask questions directly.
喂，刚才是有谁在说话吗？好的，那他需要再调试一下。
Okay, he's trying to come back. I know some of you are using our website, and you can also leave questions on the website. And we also have Q&A section there. At the same time, apart from the Zoom, and in China, and we have online streaming, as well as Clean Air Asia, and we have WeChat, and we have live streaming on WeChat and Weibo.
刚才 Zoom 的技术人员向我提醒说
And there is a reminder from our technician, and probably he needs to reconnect. It takes time. And you can also add us. And if you have any question, feel free to type in the questions. Just a second. I said I received a question. Okay. While waiting for him, the question goes to Professor Fong. Professor Fong, are you there? Yes, I can hear you.
The question is that, for one city, one measure is very effective, and also with the supported by the ADB. We also have got some technology support, but if the city's capability is lagged behind, how should they improve their science and technology prevention? Do you have some suggestions? So this is quite a big question, right? Yes, that it is. So in the past years, if we look at the experiences we have got, so we first can look at the air pollution and prevention and control. It highly relies on the science and technology. It should be done with the science and technology as a foundation, but our foundation is not that strong. Especially in different cities, we can see the unbalanced development. So if we look at the thermal coal consumption, the total number, maybe it is hard to get this specific data. So the most fundamental measures includes, first is the fundamental data, like the energy consumption and the pollution source. So we will need a survey to get the actual number of it. And the second is that we need to find the focus, that is the major pollution source. So for this, we will need a fundamental study and a survey. And the third is, from the policymaking's perspective, they have their priority, and they also need to balance between the investment and the return. And this will be very important for the assessment of the data. And that is about the ROI. No matter what kind of policy you are having, you will need to have the investment on the hardware, software, and staff, and even training. From the national level perspective, we can see a lot of seminars. I have been lectured for many of them. You can see this is also a very big investment. So hardware, software, and people. And for the management, so we also will need to look at the technology development for the supervision. So in the recent years, we have seen the development is getting accelerated, but it is supported by the investment as well, and also the farmland, and also the others. We use different land resources to build our monitoring station. Tianjin started very early on the air pollution monitoring. On every construction site, we have the monitoring system on the particles. This is just an example. So we will need the heavy investment, including the funds, the devices, and the software, and also the soft power. So I hope I have answered your question. Thank you, Professor Feng. If the other participant speakers have further comments, you're welcome to make. And if you have other questions, you can continue to raise your questions. Okay. Thank you very much. I have turned off the camera so that I can have the smooth stream. So this part is the one policy for one city, and it is related to the management and also to the strategy development. So we first need to look at the causes of the ozone, and the second is the source. So as mentioned by Professor Feng, we need to be accurate. And the third is on the implementation and on the reduction of the ozone. In the ozone's improvement, we also at the same time need to look at the particles, especially in the wind and in the winter and autumn. So in this work, we have to continuously do the iteration of the policies and the strategy. We also need technology and the mechanism. So science and technology is an important drive, but we also need to have the clear policy making, not just the industrial institutions and the manufacturers, but also the other stakeholders. So from the municipal government to the science and technology institutions, so we look at the sources, the diagnosis, and also the establishment of the goals, the implementation of the control solutions, and also the evaluation of the prevention and the control plans. So we have academician He Kebing to be the lead of a city's development and control. In the past years, from the national to the local level, there are a lot of work we have done. In Jining, the major issues includes the high emission intensity, and also it has structural issues and the slow progress. And second is the reduced benefit of the emission reduction of from anode pipe, and also the fine and lean management have become an important factor. And third is the change in the composition of the pollution sources, the higher atmospheric oxidizing capability and lack of effective measures against the emerging problems. And also we have to deal with the new compounds. The new issue is in the face of us, and we need to have the new countermeasures. This is the major issue in the end of the 13th five-year plan. And we also need to look at the capacity of the environment. So we can see this is the particles measurement in Jining City in the recent 2 years. We have exceeded by about 50%. In recent years, we have seen the decrease, but still there is a very large space for the improvement if we want to realize the reduction rate in the view of the national standard too. And in the southern part of Jining, there is a largest lake in North China, and it is with very rich water resources. And also the meteorological and the humidity is becoming a big issue, and this is negative to the control of the ozone. And for the structure of the energy consumption, it is a big issue as well. Like the consumption of the coal, it is the second of Shandong province. And for the coke production, it is also very high. It is 17.4% of the total in Shandong province. So in the 13th five-year plan, we have designed the policy that is to reduce the coal consumption for the power generation. The third issue is transportation. The car population in Jining is in the mid-average level of Shandong, but for the off-road, it is the number one in the provincial level. It has a very developed heavy industry, so the road transportation volume is 2 times higher than the average, which means there are a lot of heavy trucks on the road. And if you look at the tertiary industry, it is at the average level in Shandong, and the heavy industry is of a high proportion. 77% of the industry is with a very high energy consumption intensity. It has 7 provincial level industrial zone. It also has a very strong coating and packaging and printing. So a lot of small and medium enterprises are scattered here. In the 14th five-year plan and with the national policy, we have seen the emission reduction is developing very fast. So here, if we look at the winter and autumn and the summer, and also the monitoring of the different seasons. So we can see in different seasons, the strategy should be different as well. And the key issues are different. So one is the structure issues. Another is that in the pressure we are facing from the city level to the county level and to the rural small towns level. And we can see that the grassroots work is also a very important part. We hope that in the grassroots, especially in the rural area, we can have a more accurate targeting of the pollution sources. And looking at the different pollutants for the primary, we look at the dust, and for the VOC and NOx, we look at the industrial and the vehicles, especially for the heavy trucks, for NOx and the VOC for the sedans. And for the SO2, we focus on the coal-fire sources, especially for the industrial boilers, and try to find the alternatives. We also look at the monitoring analysis, decision-making, and regulation to make a closed loop. The technology, management, and the structure-based emission reduction should also be carried out. And here we look at the work content and the control efforts. In Jining, we have the 4-in-1 development. There are a lot of specific works. So how to do the coordination? We have to look at the macro level, the source and the causes. Why it has a high density and concentration? What are the major pollution sources? We also need to look at the features, the time, the location. So we need to have the meso level, which is the source tracking. And in the smaller zone, we also need the micro level, that is the evaluation and the diagnosis for the sourcing, and also for the source tracing. We need to go on site and have the observation and also gather the evidence. So we will need the specific measures to support the policy implementation. And with all the 4 different factors, we can realize the coordinated control and the policy implementation. For the sources and causes of the ozone, we look at the concentration and the different locations. In Jining, in the second half of last year, we look at the human factors, that is 90% of the total. And in this 90%, local is 11%. And the others are related to the regional handover. We also can see in the surrounding area, we can see the ozone pollution. And when we look into the details, so we can see this is the process. In June last year, we have done a survey from an hourly basis. So we can see the yellow part, that is the background in the North China, outside Jining. In every afternoon, if we look at the local generation, that is the blue area. So it means that in the daytime, the local production is stronger. the contribution for this control will be very significant. Although with the background of data in the other time in the whole month, this contribution is not that significant. But if we look into the daytime measurement, and we can see that the daytime control of the ozone source is quite effective. And we also can look at the compensation of the VOC sources. So we can see that it is mainly from the motor vehicle and oil and gas. For the industrial, like the solvent, it is less than 20%. And the natural sources, that is about 26%. So in the downtown area, because of the vehicles and the heavy transportation and the traffic, this will have the causes on the VOC. And for the ambient area, the pollutant, when it reaches the downtown, it has been transformed into the other components. If we check the 117 component list, the secondary products are not included. So we need to get ourselves reminded that we need to look at the rural area and the industrial reduction and the oxide pollution reduction. And also, if we look at the rural area, so we see that the natural sources is a big issue as well. But for the natural sources, we have limited measures. And for the, as Professor Feng mentioned in Tianjin, the quick and dynamic analysis has been very important, especially for the heavy pollutants. And when to release the warning and when to remove the warning, the R&D and the technology support has become very important. We also need to look at the control and the retrospective review of the pollution control measures. And we also need to look at the different time and stages to see the effectiveness of our work and what we can do in the next stage. So in the whole process, and for the sources and the causes, we also need to analyze the man-made factors, the meteorological factors, the weather factors, and the environment, etc. So in the recent years, if we look at the Beijing, Tianjin, and Hebei, the meteorological, we can see that the improvement on the air quality has been very strong. And we also need to do the close analysis on the strengths of the man-made factors. If you look at the ozones and the good quality days, we can see the analysis is down. 8% of the improvement. Among it, 7% is because of the man-made contribution, and it is mainly on the local emission reduction. So with the technology, we need to analyze the natural gas and the man-made factors to see the strengths of this support. And we also need to have the network of the monitoring and measurement. For the different pollutants, if you look at the sulfur, it is mainly from the coal, and NOx, mainly from the heavy trucks and also the automobiles. We also can look at the different kind of coals. And for the dust, it is mainly from the road. And we also look at the industrial system to see the pollutant and the source of it in the different industries, like the cement, like the steel. We also have the VOC checklist. The mobile source is the most important one. And for the solvent analysis, it is quite important. And for the agriculture, they may use the pesticide more, and that is not easy to control. The last part is the storage and the transportation. So in Jining, the power generation contribution is very important. And we also need to get the specific number. We have done the analysis on it. In November last year, in the particle concentration, the ranking of Jining is very low. And we analyzed the power generation. So we see that 1/6 of the contribution is made by the power generation. So the thermal coal and the coking coal consumption should be reduced in a more effective and forceful way. And when we look at the last mile, and also the diagnosis of it. Based on the MEE's top 10 major issues, we look at the closer investigation, and we have listed 800 to 900 questions and issues. And this is given to Jining municipal government to see what we can do, including the pilings and the industrial boilers, and also the heavy industries. So this work is quite heavy, but it is necessary, and the different cities are not having very accurate data of it.
I think there is a great demand for assistance and support. Another very important experience, I know this is a sharing to many Asian cities, that is about the break queues. And before 2019, there were 122 queues in Jining cities, and the Jining government made a decision to remove these queues and a lot of backward technologies. On one hand, and to phase out the small ones, and finally only 20 something left, and only 100 million large-scale or medium-scaled break queues were stayed or were kept in order to improve its material and technological level, and including the pollutant treating equipment upgrading. I should say, before 2019, we already realized a sulfur dioxide reduction. It is another increment to it. And this is a very important value brought about to it. And the other thing is about the VOC. And just now we talked about the VOC, very difficult to solve it. And ever since 2019, and the VOC aspects and its issues have been there, but how to realize that? I think that building VOC control systems for key industry, we need to manage the regulation or the management, and just like manage the dust and manage the construction site, and the one site, one monitoring, and we need to identify these key sectors, key companies, and we have ongoing analysis of them. And we set a profile of all these issues by using information technology, and we can have a long-term monitoring technology to improve the industry all the time. And this is a very important summary. How about the dynamic regulation? How could we help the government to identify the problems as soon as possible? We have very good experience, such as the fast response. On the other hand, we use the drone, we use the UAV, try to monitor the inspections or try to patrol inspections of VOC. And also we have some these ultra-red and monitoring. And let's look at the road dust. And in the one city, one test and one policy, and very quickly on the road, we try to scan the dust volume. We try to identify the polluted roads, and we try to treat these roads, and we can have cyclical treatment, and we have a pathway to follow. The other thing, some key areas and the key regions, the key sites, and we have a patrol on it. And finally, we can solve the last 1 mile solution. And there are a lot of technological solutions and the technologies. Of course, we need investment from the government and the staff engagement. We have a series of mechanisms, and in the past 2 years, and in the ozone level treatment, and there is very obvious result. Apart from PM 2.5 improvement, the number of good air days in the whole province will rank #1. We think the regional improvement is quite good. If you rank top, which means that you have made very good progress at the local region. And due to time constraint, I have to finish. The key conclusion I want to share with you, technical support. The core of the technical support is to identify yourself in this situation. All this work needs to be implemented to lower the reduction. The core needs of the government is quite clear. They know the pollutant source and know who to regulate, and how to help the local governments to realize to reduce the emission. Technology from the mechanism to construction plays a very important role, and that's the overall situation introduction of Jining City. Thank you very much, moderator.
Okay.
我们主持人临时掉线了，我是中国外
Our
贸。
moderator is offline. My name is Wan Wei from Clean Air Asia. I'd like to invite our next speaker who is going to introduce her experience. Now I'd like to invite Director of Air Division of Chengdu Academy of Environmental Protection Science, Ms. Song Danling. Chengdu is a very special city. Its industrialization and urbanization is quite advanced. However, Chengdu is located in the valley region, and with its own efforts, Chengdu delivers very good results in controlling the air quality. The floor is yours, Mr. Song Danling.
谢谢主持人，大家能听到我的声音吗？
Thank you, moderator. Can you hear me?
能听到声音吗？
可以，非常清
Can you
楚。
hear? Yes, we can hear you very clear. Would you please share your screen? Okay, now I'm going to share my screen.
好的，大家能看到吗？
I think you can see my screen now. Very good. That's good.
各位代表，下午好，非常
Dear delegates, good afternoon. It's my great honor to be invited to join you in this seminar. And I'm from Chengdu Academy of Environmental Science. My name is Song Danling. I want to share with you the topic of practice of air pollution, prevention and control in Chengdu. 3 items on my agenda: air quality improvement, practice, and outlook.
未来工作的这个展望。首先是关于成效改善。
So let's look at air quality improvement. Before I start to talk about air quality improvement, I want to talk about the geography and the climate situation in Chengdu City. As you can see from these pictures, Chengdu City is located in southwest of China. If we look at it from the air, it is at the basin area, and such a very special geographic and climate conditions. That's why we have very special meteorological conditions, and such air conditions to our air quality control is not very favorable. To sum up the situation in Chengdu City, we have a higher level of humidity and less velocity, speed of the wind, and also the annual wind speed is less than 1.1 meter per second. We have several layers of high temperature at different height of the air, such kind of meteorological conditions, which means that it's not enough for us to remove the pollutants. If we want to improve and we want to do something more, to try to spend more efforts in order to improve the air quality. So let's look at Chengdu's economy. At present, we have a 21 million permanent population with GDP up to 1.77 trillion RMB, ranking number 9 in the country. The priority, I want to talk about this. That is the car park. I mean, how many vehicles we have is up to 6 million. It's already 6.3 million, second only to Beijing, and second in China. So the pollution from the vehicles is a serious challenge in Chengdu for its sustainable air quality management. The total energy consumption of the whole society is 51 million tons of standard coal, and the energy consumption per unit of GDP continues to decline. The main pillar industry includes electronic information, equipment manufacturing, biomedicine, automobile manufacturing, green food, etc. During the 13th five-year plan, I should say, air quality improvement in Chengdu has made very good progress. We have realized high development of social, economic, as well as better air quality. We hit the goal of the 13th five-year plan, as well as defending our blue sky. I should say we are above the average level in China in terms of air quality control. And let's look at this trumpet diagram. And in the past 5 years, the GDP goes up quickly. In the second part of the picture, the main concentration and the energy consumed per unit is going down. Let's look at the number of good air days, and from 2015, 214 days to 2020, and you can see it is 280 days, and from 2021 it is already 299, and we do see a big growth of the good air days. And let's look at PM 2.5, and from 63 goes down to 41, and in 2021 for the first time it was 30 something. It was 39.8%. And therefore, we see a fast progress of the social and economic progress, and the environment is getting better. And let's look at what impressed most to the citizen in Chengdu city. And by the efforts made by the governments at all levels, let's look at they have a higher level of happiness. They can see the blue sky in Chengdu city, as well as the park view under the iceberg, and all under the snow mountain, and all these are quite impressive. And in 2020, within the downtown areas, if we look to the west, how many times we can see the snowbird? Over 70 times. And this is a topic often mentioned by the citizens during their meal times. And this is a hot topic among the Chengdu citizens. They are able to look at the snowbird during their meal times. And this means another indicator for the ongoing air quality level. And these two pictures are so nice. And you can look at westward, 100 kilometers away, you are able to see the snow mountain. How about monitoring data on the ground? We see a big progress. We also have a remote monitoring. We try to monitor Chengdu Plateau, the major concentration variation in Chengdu in comparison to 2015, 2020. Chengdu Plateau, PM 2.5, as well as the ozone concentration witness evident improvement, and NO2 is going down. No matter the data from the air or from the ground, both indicate better air quality in Chengdu city. Now I move to the second part of my presentation, the practice of air pollution control. In recent years, we really focus on the accurate and legal methods in controlling the air pollution, and in the legislation, regulatory work, and we have done a lot of work. For example, we come up with the mobile pollutants management, the emission from the boilers, and also we have the legislation on the air pollutants. And by the end of July last year, and we released relevant laws and regulations, providing a very good guarantee for the air quality control work in Chengdu cities. And we have put the local conditions into consideration. We put on the time scale of the prevention and the management work, such as the Article 10 articles for the air protection, as well as defending our blue sky. And we have an annual work, an annual program. We call it 60-50, 6 categories of measures, totally 50 items. And also the summer ozone and the PM2.5 in the winter time, we work out a specific program. And I want to mention, in last year, Chengdu City, the ozone treatment is very severe. Chengdu initiated last year, we had an emergency response plan in Chengdu City. From the second half of last year to the first half of this year, it was put into application in a very good manner. And we try to lower the ozone pollution. It played a very good role. The other thing I want to say is the energy and industrial structure adjustment. And in the 13th five-year plan, by the haze management, and we realized the boiler, zero boiler. There is no coal-based boiler in Chengdu City, which is a big impact on controlling the PM2.5 and the ozone layer. At the present, and the coal consumed is around 3 million, cement and brick and other sectors. There are no other boilers. And I should say, in the 13th five-year plan, and this is a very important measure taken. Let's look at industrial structure by phasing out the old technology, reallocation, and we have realized the classification management of 16,000 small industrial enterprises. And totally, we phased out 400 companies with backward technologies. And let's look at the classified management of industrial companies. Chengdu City has done a lot of work. For example, in 2017, and we have two coal-based power generator adjustment work, and other sectors like cement, flat glass, steel making have completed the desulfurization, denitration, and the other thing, 11 BOC influenced companies, and we have worked out emission reduction plan, and we have a concentrated plan on these companies. And in the classified management, key companies involved in volatile organic compounds such as coatings, ink, rubber, petroleum totally were mopped up, and industry emission reduction plans were formulated, and we have differentiated management and control on them. And by 2020, and over 4,600 small medium-sized companies, we recruited over 300 volunteers to help them to offer assistance. And 8 groups of micro companies guidance book were formulated to help them to make progress by now. And all these assessment work, some problems identified have been addressed. We try to improve and help them. The other thing is that in the heating time and the summertime, and over 6,000 companies, and we have a classified performance, and we have a program tailor-made for them. On the different emergency signals, we adopted differentiated measures. The third part I want to say is the emission reduction in transportation. And there are 6 parts I want to share with you. For example, to phase out the old cars, and also we have a higher level for the new vehicles. And we take the lead, and we also have the registration work, and totally 8,000 ID cards. 80,000 ID cards were issued for this non-road construction machinery. The use of high emission machinery is prohibited, and the use of machinery at or below national level is prohibited. lesson level 2 were abandoned. We try to improve the quality of the fuel. For example, the fuel stations can be equipped with the recycling equipment and the 3-time recovery devices. I should say Chengdu City in public transport construction has made good progress. The operating mileage of a rail transit has reached 550 kilometers, and the share rate of the green appearance in the central urban area reached 67%. And Chengdu City spent a lot of efforts in improving the urban performance, and we have a lot of pressure in controlling the dust. And let's look at dust contributes a high level to PM10, relevant to the mobile resources, and up to 30%. So in Chengdu City, it plays an important role, and that's why we make innovative measures by the comprehensive management and the smart construction site online monitoring platform. Series of work has been carried out in order to have accurate control and prevention of the dust. And by creating the green benchmark site, we try to regulate at the present totally over 8,000 green landmark construction sites were established. It indicates they are advanced players in case of emergency is given, and these construction sites can continue their work because they are qualified.
We also use some technologies, and we have the monitoring on the different stages so that we can improve the link management. And just now, Dr. Zhao and Professor Feng has mentioned that in the air pollution prevention, the technology development is very important. We attach great importance on it as well. And we have, especially for the investment on the technology development, we have the key laboratory of the atmospheric research, and we have built a network for the air pollution monitoring network. And we also look at the sources and the features of the pollution to have the timely analysis and also give the data to the management and the decision-making institutions. In the second half of 2018, we also have built this scheme that is for the consulting from the experts, and also Professor Feng come to us and provide guidance to the air pollution prevention. And we also participated in the case studies for the One City, One Strategy. In our institution, we are a member of this strategy as well. So we have worked with the different experts and carried out the ozone and PM2.5 coordinated prevention and control. We also have conducted joint observation on the specific and regional seasonal observations. We also have got the typical regions to look at the air pollution control strategy implementation. And the last part is for the Chengdu and Chongqing. And when it has become a key laboratory and has become the key strategy, we also look at the different zones and the different cities to see what we can do in the strategic decision and the design of the strategy. In the western area, Chengdu has become a backbone for the air pollution for the Chengdu Plate and for the Sichuan province to work together with the other cities to build the strategy for the PM2.5 and ozone in this region. The third part is for the future work and action plans. In Chengdu, we still have 4 to 5 micrograms compared with the national standard. Since in Chengdu we have a special location and geographical conditions, we are still waiting for the structural and fundamental changes in the pollution. For the primary particles and for the PM2.5, the our total volume is high, and we still have limited strategies and resources that we can use. With the development of the economy and with the regional economic development as a pressure in the 14th five-year plan, in the atmosphere air pollution control, we are still facing great challenges. In the 14th five-year plan, we will look at the major factors and the major fields to look at the constant development. The first is the energy structure. For this part, we will make use of the clean energy in Sichuan and to use more and a larger share of renewable and clean energy. The share of the non-petrochemical can be over 50% of the total energy consumption. We also will need to promote the transportation and life, as well as the industrial production, electricity, and to use more renewable energy. We also look at the air pollution policies, like the controlling of the high energy consumption, like the cement and the crude steel, as well as the panel glass, and to improve the upgrading technology for the higher efficiency energy consumption. We also need to look at the rational layout of the industries. And meanwhile, we will look at the green upgrading of the technology. For these technologies, they should be used for more enterprises and in a widespread area. The whole industry's emission is a big issue, so we need to have the integration of the new technologies into these key industries. Look at the electronics, the petrol, and also the pharmaceutical. And for the large enterprises, we will also need to build the specific plan for the specific manufacturers and enterprises. For the transportation, we will look at the policy design to have the incentive to provide a better environment, like the tightening out of the old vehicle models. We hope that in 2025, we can 100% tide out the China 3 vehicles and the tide out of the China 4, the heavy-duty diesel trucks. We also have designed the alternative plan for the future to 2025. We hope that the NEV can be over 800,000 units in Chengdu. For the new energy application, it can be more and more used in the industrial sector. For the public transportation, we will also constantly develop the metro and the transportation, and to develop the green and the environmental friendly mobility. We also will look at the high population density and low carbon demonstration and the green campus, and also environmental friendly logistic campus. And the fourth is to look at the land structures for the utilization. So we will try to build the corridor of the clean air transfer, and this is from Chengdu to Ziyang. And we will have the industry layout and the city management to follow the corridors policy. And we will have the rationalized adjustment of the strategy and to have the layout of the environmental friendly urban area industry, and to have the regional arrangement for the logistic campus and for the non-core functional campus will be reduced. And the goal is to reduce the emission intensity for the urban and the downtown area. And the third is to promote the fully enclosed and semi-enclosed conduction techniques. And we also need to improve the construction site development and to enhance the refined dust control, create the green benchmark sites and the demonstration construction sites. And this will help with the controlling of the dust. And the last part is, we hope that based on the 4 major strategies and the multiple pollutant and regional control, and also that all the stakeholders are working together to transform the low carbon and green development for the city to reduce the carbon emission and the pollution and bring the synergy of the two. We hope that by 2020, we can realize the national quality of the air, and for the ozone, we still facing the unstable performance, and we need to further strive for a higher and a stable target. By the end of the 14th five-year plan, we can realize the comprehensive development of the air quality. Okay, this is what we have been doing in Chengdu in the recent years. I hope this can be useful to you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Director Song. Can you hear me well? Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Director Song. And because of the technical issues, we are kind of lagged behind. And now, without overdue, I would like to invite our representative from Shenzhen, Director Yan Ming, Air Research Division of Shenzhen Academy of Environmental Science. So, Director Yan, please share your screen. Okay. Now we can see the slides. Many thanks to the organizer for inviting me here and share with you the air pollution prevention and control in Shenzhen. I am from Shenzhen Municipal Ecology and Environment Bureau and Shenzhen Academy of Environmental Sciences. My name is Yan Ming. So first, let's look at the overall situation of the atmospheric environment quality in Shenzhen. And we can have a closer look at the Shenzhen city. Shenzhen is a coastal area in southern China. It is with an area of a little bit less than 2,000 square kilometers, a population of 22 million. So it is a mega city. And Shenzhen is a special development zone. In the past 40 years, it has got very great development of the GDP. It is over 3.07 trillion RMB. And for the industrial structure ratio, for the primary industry, it is 0, and the secondary, it is 37%, and the tertiary industry is 63%. The energy consumption per 10,000 RMB is 0.192 tons of the standard coal. It is at the leading position in China. And the sources of the pollution in Shenzhen, a very developed city, it is based on the environment and the energy structure in Shenzhen. If you look at the pollution sources, it has 3 major sources, including the mobile, the dust, and the industrial solvent, including the major source of the VOC. So this is the basic situation of the Shenzhen. And when we look at the atmospheric quality, from 2006 to 2021. And if we look at the haze days from 1980s to now, so we see the increase of the haze and the fog. The peak is in 2004, and after that, Shenzhen has implemented the atmospheric action plan with the national policy and the requirement from the State Council. We have seen the improvement, and the haze number days has decreased from 187 days to 2 days. So this is the best record in the past 30 years. And for the concentration of the pollutant, the PM2.5 concentration, if we check the data from 2006 to now, the 2006 number is 62 micrograms per cubic meters, and now it is constantly decreasing. In 2021, it is 18 micrograms per cubic meter. It is also the record high in the history, and we can see the improvement with the data. And when we look at the air quality ranking, the ranking of Shenzhen previously among the 74 cities, and now in the 168 cities, Shenzhen has always been among the top 10. This is the ranking from 2013 to 2020 among the biggest cities. So we see that Shenzhen, among the economically developed cities with the very large population, Shenzhen is the only one ranked number among the top 10. So if we look at the history of the governance of the air pollution, I also have learned a lot from the other experts. In the history of the air pollution control, Shenzhen has gone through 3 stages. From 1980 to 2003, we focus on the SO2 pollution. And from 2004 to 2013, as we mentioned, the record high of the haze and fog days, we started the Blue Sky Action Plan and started the systematic and comprehensive governance. In 2017, in 2013, after the 10 measures from the State Council, Shenzhen also has got its 40 measures from 2014, and we have seen the significant improvement of the air quality. So Shenzhen has gained the glowing reputation because of the blue sky. So you can see this is the identity of the city. So in the whole process, if we look into what we have done, the background has been introduced by the other experts as well. So this is the first stage focused on the SO2 and the acid rain. In this process, Shenzhen has started the atmospheric pollution control, starting from the supervision and monitoring. Our key work includes the waste gas for the industrial and also the exhaust gas of the automobiles. The policymakers attach great importance on the atmospheric related studies and the technologies. So we started the work on the air pollution prevention plan. In 2003, we have built the list of the emission. This has been the reference for the next step work. In the whole process, we haven't seen very intensive control. So you can see the haze. So you can see that in the 1980s, it started to increase, and the top is in 2004. The PM10, if we check the data, we see that it is surpassed of the national level, and that is 75 micrograms per cubic meter. So on that year, Shenzhen has started the smoke control and the comprehensive governance of the atmospheric. And also we have strengthened the R&D. We have invited the experts from the China Academy of Environmental Science and the university professors and researchers, and also the local people. So we work together to work out the action plan and to analyze the haze days to see the major sources of the pollution. And we have clarified that our target is on the industrial VOC, the boilers, the automobiles, and also the manufacturers. In 2011, Shenzhen hosted the 26th University Student Olympics. So Shenzhen has worked very hard and intensively on the air pollution control. This is a very intensive governance with a widespread area. The achievement is quite significant, including the usage of the NEV and the tiding out of the high pollution vehicles. And after that, in 2014, the 10 measures has been issued. In Shenzhen, we have got our 40 measures in the action plan. And now this action plan is more stringent. In 2007, the upgrading in February, 2017, Shenzhen Municipal Plan for the implementation of the atmospheric quality is issued. And from 2018 to 2021, Shenzhen has got the sustainable development and the pollution control. The achievements are quite significant as well, like the power generation, the air pollution emission has come to the world leading level, and also the starting early in the prevention and the control of the motor vehicle exhaust, promoting control of the VOC's pollution with the source control as a starting point, and taking lead in the control of the vessels and the marine transportations. We also can see the dust control and the non-road pollution control. The work is also a key plan international-wide. So here we can see this is the reduction of the pollution in the power plants. So we started the promotion of the penetration retrofitting and the gas-fired power plants emission of the NOx is reduced to 15. It is the most advanced level in the world. So you can see this is a quite high achievement. For the motor vehicle pollution control, regulations on the prevention and control of motor vehicle exhaust pollution has been formulated. Shenzhen also comprehensively implements the higher emission standards like China 6. And we have tidied out the yellow label vehicles. Like 600,000 yellow label vehicles has been outdated. And Shenzhen also operates the electric powered fleet, including in 2017, we have 100% electrification of the buses. And in 2018, we have seen the electrification of the taxi fleet. And now we have promoted 435,000 NEVs.
Started from the sports game, and we try to have our air quality improved step by step. And we really focus on the control of the pollutant source at present. And we have covered furniture, printing, container manufacturing, all these key sectors, including the technological upgrade and waste management. And Shenzhen City has legislation rights. So we build up our local regulations. At national level or provincial level, we are not covered. We want to take some strict measures. We come up with our own regulations in order to have better control of the VOC. And with the national and the provincial deployment, and we have a very good program. At present, we already have 1,180 companies under management in terms of VOC. We recommend using low sulfur fuel and sometimes less than 1% low sulfur petrol and fuel. And at present, we have 38 sets of shore power supply facility for ocean-going vessels. And the highest in China, shore power utilization rate reached 6.1% in 2019, the highest in China. And here, control of non-road mobile machinery pollution. And we have the relevant cleaning work. For example, the crane at the ports, we try to electrify this machinery. 99% of the electricity powering the gantry crane equipment and the container terminal yard is from municipal power, and the diesel dependence of the wharf drops from 72 to 24%. 100% requirements are proposed for prevention and control of fugitive dust on construction sites. A series of measures taken. We evaluate the source of the pollutants, and the VOC, sulfur dioxide, NOx, all of them are on the going down trend. And the PM 2.5 is maintained at the same level because Shenzhen City is still under a fast urbanization and urban construction. That's why PM 2.5 is not very high, but other pollutants are going down evidently. And these pollutants bring into secondary reduction of PM 2.5. Secondary particle contribution will be lower than our expectation. Just now, I talked about the work we have done in controlling the air quality. I also want to talk about in managing the air quality, some of the pollution prevention and control system, policy, mechanism, and the research result. Generally speaking, there are several parts I want to say. First of all, a refined management system for air pollution prevention and control has been preliminarily established, and we have expanded the planning scheme and higher standards. We have a joint mechanism in controlling, and we have some regulations and the basis for our enforcement and actions. On the other hand, Shenzhen has continuously improved its capacity of atmospheric environmental supervision and preliminarily established an integrated three-dimensional space air-ground monitoring system and an intelligent and comprehensive environment quality management system. The other one is the mechanism of pollution response and collaboration on prevention and control has been gradually perfected. Under the framework of pollution weather emergency response plan of the state and Guangdong province, Shenzhen formulates more pollution response guidelines with higher requirements. Multi-department collaboration on prevention and control has been strengthened. For mild pollution weather, Shenzhen has steadily promoted the regional environmental protection. Management system for air pollution prevention and control planning scheme. Let's look at the depth and the scope of the work. Let's start from the goal. And in 2005 and 2011, there was no quality goal proposed in 2013 before the air law was available, and we come up with specific goals such as PM 2.5. We really focus on the pollutant control, and we upgraded to the air quality control. And from the key area in the past, we only focus on industry, ships, and the mobile sources, and then to the overall sources of the pollutants. In management process, in the past, we used to monitor, but now we have the source control and the end of the pipe control. The previous plan really focused on the local management without a joint control, joint measures. At present, we will give more efforts on the joint efforts and the joint mechanism. And we also focus on our fundamental capacity, such as monitoring, management, technological support, which will be reiterated by us. How about the standards and the regulations at the different aspects? For example, some key components, mobile sources, VOC, and dust. And we try to come up with requirements ready to be used for our regulators. It makes up for the gap in the enforcement. Give you one example. Non-road mobile machinery control. In the past, there was no non-road mobile machinery management from the country, as well as the control of the diesel engine. So Shenzhen drafted a non-road mobile machinery management workbook, and we have that requirements, and we draw the low emission region. We define the low emission region for the enforcement reference, and in other sectors we have come up with new regulations. The other thing is about the monitoring and supervision. Shenzhen already set up a multifunctional, multi-indicator multi-dimensional and high-precision automatic observation network of atmospheric environment. We have 101 monitoring sites, highly intensive. Apart from the state control stations as well as province control stations, Shenzhen City, along every street, there is one air quality monitoring station. This is a very intensive network of air quality control. Apart from this surface monitoring, we also have a monitoring tower containing it is in parallel to the meteorological stations, and all data is available on this tower. We also have components monitoring, and we can have vertical components, vertical pollutants monitoring, and this is a technical support. We keep upgrading our super observation station, whose capability is growing all the time to give us more analysis of the result. And we have this very good emergency plan as well as the early warning system. We have integrate numerical value statistics and probability, and it supports our emergency plan as well as the early warning. Monitoring and supervision, such as the online monitoring of fugitive dust, as well as online monitoring of industrial sources. We have video system and the camera system. We have a remote control, remote camera on the roads, and all these are very broad and dispersed industrial parks. By the pollutants monitoring, we can know how much the pollution is emitted, and very good data for our regulators and policy makers. Pollution response and collaboration on pollution prevention and control. Because in Shenzhen City, we not only have the task of driving down the concentration, but we want to have a less polluted days. And the light polluted days is not within the national level emergency plan, which only targeted for heavy polluted days. In terms of the light polluted days, we work out our local suggestions to cope with it. We specify some high efficient joint mechanism. It is a collaboration on prevention, and it is a multi-department working mechanism. And also we meet the needs of the Guangdong province and the Shenzhen City. It relies on other mechanisms. For example, we have Shenzhen, Dongguan, Huizhou Economic Circle 3+2. And this is a joint collaboration with other cities. It is also a joint enforcement. At the same time, Shenzhen City as a core city in the Big Bay areas, and we try to deepen this joint reaction or joint collaboration, especially on the port and ship management, to encourage the low sulfur content fuel, and has the port pollution prevention and control work in place. In response to the polluted days, which is very important work to us, we have taken the reference from previous experience, monitoring, warning, and the response, consultation, classified mechanism. This is a whole chain, polluted days, judgment, and measure taken, monitoring. This is a closed loop monitoring. At the same time, and we can have a relevant evaluation and to analyze what will be the best one, and we can. And this is the overall system. Even though some progress is made, and in the future, Shenzhen City has a lot of work to be done. At present, the problems in front of us, ozone is becoming a more important pollutant than the PM 2.5. Let's look at the days with ozone as the main pollutants and the PM 2.5 is less than 1% in terms of the KPI, and ozone is up to 70%, which means we need to have a comprehensive measure on it. And let's look at in the recent years, ozone is the important pollutant. Only single days we see other exceedance days of other pollutants. We need to build up a system putting ozone into the core area in order to enhance our work against the ozone, and we need to control it. And let's look at the measures for prevention and control and strengthen the management and control of direct emission at the source and carry out in-depth emission. Based on the emission list, let's look at NOx, comes from motor, vehicles, vessels, power plants. VOC comes from industrial solvents and olefins and domestic life, all of which become our priorities in the work. In controlling VOC, in the next step, we will continue to promote the industrial sources replacement, as well as our treatment at the end of the pipe, as well as the VOC surface, for example, the domestic life, solvents used in the families, as well as some management of the repairment and these oil and gas management with better control. The transportation contributes higher to the pollutants. NOx with the emission list, and especially with the vehicles and ships, we want to push up the percentage of the NEV, new energy vehicle. And in the future work, we keep making progress so that we can improve the air quality. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Yan. Please stop sharing your screen. And due to some technical issue, we a little bit delayed. Now we move to the QA session. We already collected several questions due to time constraint. Maybe we can only ask 3 questions. The first question, some delegates asked that in China, air control and what is the role played by the research institute and the general public? What is the role played by the research institute and the individuals or citizens in China? Mr. Zhao Qin, can you hear me? Maybe you can take this question. Yes, I can hear you. Would you please to respond to this question, and then we can invite Mr. Song, Mr. Yan to respond to this question. So I will not turn on my camera to protect my internet connection. Well, it's about the role played by the company, the general public, and the research institute. This is a broad question. I want to share with you my experience. And in my presentation, I already mentioned this. The government needs to implement the national governments, the central governments, the requirements, the goal, the plan, and engagement by governments at different levels. In implementing the plan, the local government needs to implement the central government's requirements. There are many stakeholders. And in implementing the plans, research institutions and enterprises in the scientific research and the technological support, companies offer suggestions. In this process, it needs a commercial team so that the work at different aspects could be implemented at a local level. So research institutions and the companies are quite different because research institutions, the teachers, the students, carried out experiment and a lot of technical work on site. It needs an ongoing or scale application Therefore, it is a collaboration of university, industry, application. That's why in the several years, and we engage the universities. A lot of our scientific technologies and the theories step by step implemented into our work. We form a stable situation there. So, and long-term and stable plays an important role. And with this joint action, we realize that. And how about the public engagement? A lot of work to be done. We keep emphasizing this about the openness of the source. And in the past, we did a lot of work. However, the pollutant source, you need to identify or justify to yourself. If we can engage the general public, we can have a mutual monitoring. And the government can save a lot of resources at present. A lot of information is not symmetric, including the pollutants, environmental data, sometimes sensitive. So how could we have disclosure of information and engage the general public? And that is the co-governance, and that will be a new chapter of our work. All of us needs better air quality, and the government needs to demonstrate its wisdom and to meet the needs of different aspects, to realize the goal, to align the goal and the interest. So that's my feeling. Thank you, Mr. Zhao Qing. Madam Yan, and there is a new question.
We have a related question. Director Zhao Qing has given us a science and technology perspective. And in Chengdu and in Shenzhen, do you have any plan so that we can have the public to participate more in the and intervene more in the air pollution control and prevention? So, Director Yan, okay. In Shenzhen, in the public participation, we have some method that we are using. For example, we have the supervisor or inspector from the general public, like the vehicle with black smoke in the exhaust gas. So we will have the general public. They can have a route to complain for the vehicle, and they can report vehicles with exhaust black smoke. And we also have a checklist for the enforcement of the law. We will put all of the enterprises under supervision in the list. If the general public select some of them to be inspected, we will carry it out. So if the general public, they know that around their residential community, there are enterprises and they can report. So we will have the law enforcement according to the report. This is a very smooth route. And for the blue sky as our identity, in the formulation of the action plan, we will have a step that is to gather the opinion from the public. The plan will be given to the public, and they will read it, and they will give the feedback to the responsible authority, and they can participate in the designing of the strategy and the plan. Okay, this is what we have been doing in Shenzhen. Hello. So I would like to thank our representative from Shenzhen. We also have another question that is For the last question, that is for our presenter. So our participant has mentioned that in the action plan formulation, how many is the national level policy and how many is a local level policy? In Shenzhen, Director Yan has mentioned that you can design your own policies and law to some extent. So for the local level law and the local level strengthening, so why do you have it? So in the action plan for the air pollution control, we will follow the national and the provincial requirements. It is a necessity. Like in the atmospheric quality improvement, it is following the 10 measures from the State Council in 2013 and the action plan from the provincial level. Based on this, we have built our action plan for the municipal level. It will first need to follow the requirement upon our city from the Guangdong province. This is reflected in the action plan. We also need to look at the realistic condition in Shenzhen, like the pollution sources and the pollution features, like the vessel requirement, the marine transportation, the port, the VOC management requirement, because all these are the major sources of the pollutant in Shenzhen, and we need to have intensive management on this. Another is that the related standard need to be carried out as well, because in our routine work, if we overlooked some of the specific conditions in Shenzhen, and we haven't seen the reference in the provincial level guidance, we will build our own standard. In the implementation and in the practical work, we also will keep an eye on the provincial and national level requirement. If it is higher than our local requirement, we will follow the national and provincial level. So this is an evolution, and it is continuously improved based on our actual situation. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so Dr. Fu, could you give us a roundup of this afternoon session? Okay, you can hear me well, right? Yes. So, dear participants, dear representative, we are a little bit behind our schedule. I would like to thank our 6 presenters for your wonderful sharing, and also I would like to thank our participants for our today's session. All of us are closely watching the air pollution prevention, like the PM 2.5 and also in China, and also in the other parts of Asia, how to balance between the air pollution prevention and the economic development. So the experience from China, one of the important experience is science and technology as a foundation. The policy making should refer highly upon the science and technology and the survey we have done. This is a starting point of solving our issues in an appropriate way. And we look forward to the new opportunities for the exchanges. After today's session, we have an evaluation form for you. And I would like to invite all of you kindly click this link and have this revision and feedback for us. If you have more suggestions, we can use it for the further improvement of our activities and events. Thank you. Thank you very much for your participation.